Good evening. I'll call the meeting to order. Will the city clerk please do the roll call?
Member Hoffman?
Here.
Member Bash? Member Alleman? Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer? Mayor Newton?
Here.
All present, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move into item A, discussion and action items. This is certification of the general election held on November 8th, 2022. I'll call upon the city clerk to present this report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight before you, the recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2022-82, reciting the facts of the regular consolidated general election held in the city of Norco on Tuesday, November 8, 2022, declaring the results thereof and such other matters as provided by law. If you have any questions, please let me know. And that's it.
Are there any questions of the clerk on the resolution? I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2022-82.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Oh, I
Do
do
we
have
have
one
any-
public comment.
Do
for
we
this
have any
item.
public comments?
Yeah, Jeff Cahan?
Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Please, this is not personal. This is only procedural. But I would like a clarification, if I can refer to the city attorney. If you can look at resolution, 2018-65. I have a copy if it's faster.
2018.
Could you please clarify from the resolution from 4 years ago when the terms expire? Yes. So the council members Newton and Bash are technically not council members at the current time, is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify because that's not what the resolution says. Okay, and the only reason I bring it up because you're about to vote on a new ordinance that basically repeats that same issue. So I didn't know if maybe we should amend November to say December, knowing that in a long recent history, we've never done this in a November meeting. We've always done this in the December meeting. So just so that there's not a problem, maybe we amend the resolution to simply say December. And if it's already in the state provision of whatever that says or until, or maybe we go ahead and spell that out so it says or until. Okay, well it's about to go around right now, so that's why I thought I'd bring it up before it gets voted on. And then the other question is, do we want to, maybe at a separate agendized item, go back and revisit the resolution from 2020 describing the expiration dates of the other 3 council members that were elected 2 years ago.
The government codes actually heard the resolutions are correct. They're correctly worded. All council members today.
So point of
Satisfied
order,
with that?
Greg,
I'm
and I can't-
satisfied. It just,
Okay.
not everybody knows to go look at the government code. I'm looking at what the city council officially approved as a resolution. So if that's an overriding concern, then I withdraw my comments.
Thank you, Jeff,
Congratulations.
for noting that.
So point of order, Greg and I don't have a window to leave.
Yeah, that's my concern. Right. Do we have any additional public comments?
There are no further public comments,
Okay.
and I'll send for vote.
I haven't even turned mine on yet.
Okay, I can call for,
Can you do a verbal, please?
Yes.
aye.
Yes. Thank you, Dana. Okay, so now we're going to have the oath of office, presentation of certificates of election, and oath of office to be administered to council members Newton and Bash.
At this time, I'd like to call on our city clerk to administer the oath of office to Councilmember Kevin Bash.
You can raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Kevin Bash,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support
and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true
to the Constitution of the United
to
States
the Constitution
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this up
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon
Sign. Now you'll get your certificate.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations, Kevin.
At this time, I'd like to call on the city clerk to administer the oath of office to Councilmember Greg Newton.
Right hand, please. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I,
that I will support and defend
that I will,
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take
without any mental reservation
with
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and I will well
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties
Congratulations. Thank you, sir. I'm going to have you sign. I will sign.
Good. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, so this comes back to me. And we are now going to move into reorganization of the city council. Item A is the election of the mayor. And I would like to nominate Mayor Pro Tem Robin Grunmeyer.
Please vote. Councilmember Bash, your vote?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, give us a minute. Do you want to switch?
We're good. We
you want
can.
us to
We'll wait
switch
and we'll switch when we get done.
Okay.
So we'll go on to the election of Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Grunmeyer.
Okay, at this time, we are going to move forward with the election of our Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to ask for a motion.
Motion to nominate Ted Hoffman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to elect Ted Hoffman as Mayor Pro Tem. Would clerk call for the vote?
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
So,
Congratulations, Ted.
all right. So we are going to take a few minutes to recognize our outgoing mayor, Mayor Newton. So if all my colleagues will join us down at the podium, we will do our presentations. All right, so we have a few presentations for Mayor Newton. The first one is a tradition started a few years ago, and that is presenting the mayor with their gavel for their year of service. And again, it's to commemorate all the initiatives and actions and things that took place while the mayor was presiding over the meetings and using this gavel. And again, another way to say thank you for your dedication to the residents and the city of Norco. All right, so tonight we are going to continue our tradition of giving the mayor the boot, which is our fancy boot over here that's filled with memories from council members and staff here at the city. It does stay in the city council office, and it's given every time, you know, one of the mayors rotate through. We're all given the boot at some point in time. So it's become a tradition in our way of saying thank you without saying goodbye, and it's really fitting for Horsetown, USA. So we're excited to be able to continue the tradition, and later this evening Greg will be able to go through and see the notes and cards and memories that everybody has shared with him. So thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership for the city. So at this time, we are going to go ahead and just share for a few personal comments of our time with Greg as the mayor. So I'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Allman.
I get to go first. So I really appreciate Greg's dry sense of humor. He was raised in the Midwest. That's where my family's from. They are also diehard Cubbies. So I also have always appreciated ending the meetings with hearing about what's been happening. Greg has obviously been dedicated to the city for a long time, and he has graciously ran and won another term. So I'm so glad that he has served the city, that he continues to serve the city. And I want to thank him for his service of the mayor, for taking all the calls and the emails from residents who go straight to the mayor, straight to the top. Appreciate all the work he's done on their behalf. Thank you.
So I am really glad that Greg has been reelected because it makes my job so much easier as a council person. His technical knowledge in terms of construction and things like that, and his institutional memory going back to Planning Commission have been absolutely, actually they're unparalleled when you look at other councils and you look at other councils in the past, both in Norco and out of Norco. And I've always appreciated the fact that you tell it like it is. And I really appreciate that. And I'm really, really delighted you've been reelected.
Your Cubbies ended up taking a bunch of Dodgers to set up. So we're gonna have fun. As the one good thing, and this is my second term on council, and the one good thing is Greg has always been constant and a steady person up here, along with Kevin and those. And you know, we work so good together in the cohesiveness with everyone, with Catherine, Robin, and the two gentlemen behind me. So it's you made it easy, is what it is. Your council meetings, you're fair, you respect everybody, no matter. As one time I was told, and you've always done this, is when that person comes up here, whoever they are, you're respectful for the 3 minutes they get. That's their one opportunity, and that's what I appreciate. Up there, you sometimes forget me, but that's okay. I know I know it is. So, but Greg's easy to talk to. We've always talked a lot of things on the phone, and it just to bounce things off each other, and that's what I appreciate. And we'll continue doing that. So, all right, you're not getting away that easy. So.
So Greg's kind of like my partner in crime, and I appreciate, again, his honesty and his truthfulness. There are several conversations where we're on the phone going to battle over disagreements and where we see things differently, but at the end of the day, we're still partners and work together for the better of the residents and the community. He does have a very dry sense of humor that I appreciate as well, that Catherine mentioned. And at the end of the day, it really is about the residents and doing what's best for the residents, and somebody that can squeeze a nickel and get a dollar out of it, this guy right here. So I definitely appreciate that as well, and just look forward to working with you on council as we move forward. So thank you for your service. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and give the mayor a few minutes to say some words about his time in office.
Well, thank you. I don't want to turn my back to my colleagues, but first I'd like to thank my family and my friends, my lovely bride, for all your help and your support. It's invaluable at times. I'd like to thank my security detail, JFG, and Norva, Joanne, John, Jeff. Appreciate you being here. So to my colleagues, this year we've had challenges, but with those challenges, we were able to create wonderful opportunities. And I'm just very happy with all the work that we've all done together. And we remain respectful of each other. And I think that, especially as Kevin would know, with past councils, past council members, we have a council that works very well together. Maybe a little boring compared to the past, but it's all a good thing. And but with that, the one biggest challenge that we faced that I was really proud of was the transition that we made from a longtime city manager to our new city manager. We did a very professional job, and it was absolutely seamless. And I think that now goes to our staff, that obviously staff had concerns of, that's a big change, changing your city manager and your management. But at the end of the day, to me, it all comes down to our staff. We have an incredible staff, and all of you are the ones that make us look really good. And I appreciate everything that you do for us and that you do for the city. And that's going to be my few words. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, we are adjourned at this time. We finished the first part of our meeting, and we'll go into closed session at 6. Is that correct? Or do we want to go? Yes? Okay. So we are done for right now. reconvene our session. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and call on our city attorney to report actions taken in closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No reportable action in closed session. Council received.
Thank you. We will be having the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Catherine Elliman, and then if you'll remain standing, we'll have our invocation by Pastor Michelle Ehrenberg today.
I always feel like that needs an amen, because what a prayer that is. Merry Christmas to all of you. I've been praying for you, and I would like to pray with you now. Gracious and loving God, as we gather this evening, we pause to remember this glorious season of love. We are grateful for your generosity and grace. We invite you and we invoke you to be present at this meeting. May your wisdom and kindness lead every thought and every word. We pray for our leaders, elected city staff, and volunteers, and their families. Bless them, dear Lord, for they give so freely of themselves and their time. Father, we pray that this meeting would be productive and efficient with both grace and power. Lord God, you are wonderful counselor, mighty God, eternal Father, Prince of Peace. Thank you that the government is indeed on your broad shoulders. We can count on you to lead and guide and bless those that you have called. We thank you and we honor you. God bless America, and God bless the city of Norco. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Michelle. Ladies and gentlemen, we have something special this evening. Our city manager has arranged for the Norco High School Choir, under direction of Mrs. Randine, to give a short performance for you today. So how special is this? So if you'll all welcome the Norco High School Choir as they come in.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the invitation. This is a wonderful, wonderful surprise for us. This is about half of our madrigals, and then you're going to hear 2 songs from the madrigals, and then our next piece is new. It was supposed to be the entire cast, and so we're at about 20% of the entire cast, yes? So we are small but mighty, and we hope you enjoy our 3 pieces today. say, throw cares away. Christmas is here, bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the mild. Ding dong, that is a song with joyful ring, all caroling. One seems to hear words of good cheer from everywhere, filling the air. Oh, how they pound, raising their sounds, o'er and down, telling their tale. Gaily they ring, while people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here. Merry, 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 merry Christmas. Merry, 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 merry Christmas. All on they send, all without end, their joyful tone to every note. Hark how the bells, sweet silver bells, all seem to say, throw cares away. Christmas is here, bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the bold. Ding dong, that is their song with joyful ring, all caroling. One seems to hear words of good cheer from everywhere, filling the air. Oh, how they pound, raising their sound, o'er and down, telling their tale. Gaily they ring, while people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here. Ding, merry, merry, merry Christmas. Ding, merry, merry, merry Christmas. On and they send, all without end, their joyful tone to every home. Ding dong, ding dong. Came into my dreams last night, a great big man in red and white. He told me that it's gonna be a special year for you and me. Underneath the mistletoe, hold me tight and kiss me slow. The snow is high, so come inside. I wanna hear you say to me, it's a merry, 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 merry Christmas. Gonna party on till Santa grants my wishes. Got my halo on, I know who I want. It's who I'm with. It's an extraordinary Merry Christmas. It doesn't come as a surprise. Who's been naughty, who's been nice? There's someone here for everyone. Another year has just begun. Silent night, not inside. Sleigh bells ring until the light. Hearts explode, here we go. It's all right there inside your eyes. It's a merry, 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 merry Christmas. Gonna party on till Santa grants my wishes. Got my halo on, I know who I want. It's who I'm with. Makes an extraordinary Merry Christmas. Won't you meet me by the tree? Slip away so secretly. Can't you see how this could be the greatest gift of all? It's a merry, 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 merry Christmas. Gonna party on till Santa grants my wishes. Got my halo on, I know who I want. It's who I'm with. It's an extraordinary Merry Christmas. It's an extraordinary Merry Christmas. It's an extraordinary Merry Christmas.
Great job. What a special treat that was. Good job, Norco Choir. Thank you for coming in today as well. All right, we are going to go ahead and continue on with our agenda. So first up, we have our presentation, the Community Spirit Award, and Councilmember Allman will be taking care of that at the podium.
All right, it is a privilege to honor Karen Swanson with tonight's Community Spirit Award. A longtime educator, Karen has committed herself to the development of our youth both in and out of classrooms. After attending a Leaps and Bounds fundraiser event a few years ago, she fell in love with the organization and its mission to provide support to children with developmental needs. And since then, she has become one of its biggest supporters. Karen gives of herself in so many ways. She volunteers regularly at Leaps by helping with the retired horses and putting on day camps at the facility. At last year's fundraiser for the nonprofit, her table won the Golden Boot, given to the table which raises the most money. Her and her husband's contributions through that fundraiser and others have helped to create countless more opportunities for children and families in need. In addition, Karen supports the Norco Animal Shelter, school-aged children in need of supplies, and the Breast Cancer Research Fund. She is also a member of the UCLA Alumni Scholarship Board, president of the UCLA Inland Empire Alumni Network, and a mentor at UCLA One, where she helps students find jobs and internships. She also assists with student support, helping homeless and disadvantaged students with books, clothing, and more. Karen is described by those who know her as one of a kind, humble and hands-on. She exemplifies the spirit of generosity. It wouldn't matter if it was the Queen of England or a homeless neighbor asking for help. She would lend a hand to both of them in her caring and gentle way. I believe we are all called to do what we can with what we have, and when Karen sees a need in the community, she does just that. So tonight we thank you, Karen, for all that you contribute to our community, and we're grateful that you call Norco your home. And on behalf of the Norco City Council, it is with much appreciation that I present to you the Norco Community Spirit Award. And then I'm going to turn the microphone over to Karen.
I don't even know if I can. I'm very honored, thank you. You know, when we first moved here, our neighbors came and they told us, they said, Norco's all about children and animals. And my husband and I looked at each other and we said, we knew that we found the right place. So I thank you. I love this city, and thank you to my Leaps peeps, and my wicked ladies, and my dear sweet friends, and my wonderful husband. So thank you for all of your support. I love you all.
All right, at this time I would like to call up Karen Roper. She will be doing a presentation on the collaborative homeless programs and services.
I guess that is her introduction. It's with great pleasure that Karen Roper, the Homeless Solutions Manager from the City of Corona, is with us tonight to give us those milestone updates that's connected to our Homeless Solutions collaborative efforts.
Honorable council members, yes, I work for the City of Corona, but you know I am a proud City of Norco resident, and I'm just so honored to be with you at this time as we get ready to come to an end of 2022. And tonight I have the privilege of giving you a report on the collaborative homeless programs and services in relationship to your city's strategic plan in terms of performance. So let me go ahead and get started. On February 16th, 2022, City Council adopted the strategic plan to guide the city's decisions and actions over a multi-year period. The strategic plan established 5 strategic directions the city would use to fulfill the city's mission and also preserve Norco's rural lifestyle. The Public Health, Safety, and Wellness Strategic Direction established an action plan for the collaborative homeless programs and services. This presentation will provide your City Council with an update on milestones achieved under 3 specific sub-actions that are connected to the city's collaborative homeless programs and services. I would like to thank now Mayor Grunmeyer and also Council Member Alleman, who have served as your City Council's subcommittee to provide strategic direction and work with us on how we're developing partnerships and just rolling out and implementing this program. So there we go. Yeah, thank you. Let's talk about the collaborative. The Corona Norco partnership was launched in April of, because this is going to take us from the beginning until now. So it was launched in April of 2021 when your City Council allocated $72,000 for a 3-month pilot program to provide, at that time, 4 motel shelter rooms for emergency shelter, and also to provide 16 hours of outreach and engagement each week through our contracted nonprofit CityNet. This best practice collaborative includes the amazing City of Norco, the City of Corona, CityNet, and the Riverside Sheriff's Department. As a result of the successful outcomes in just 3 short months, in July of 21, your City Council then decided to allocate for the next fiscal year $537,000 for fiscal year 2022, and as a result of the demand and need of your residents that are homeless in the city, you increased the shelter to 8 rooms per night and also 32 hours of outreach and engagement per week. Then, fast forward a year later, in July of 2022, your council allocated $615,000 in fiscal year 23 to maintain the same level of services, and the cost increase were primarily due to motel shelter costs. Also, if you break that down, that's $564,000 for the CityNet outreach and engagement, the motel shelter program, and then $51,300 for the City of Corona administrative fee. But I think it's extremely important to note that it is not a fixed fee. While it cannot exceed that amount, it is based on direct program expenditures. So that means if there are cost savings and we don't spend all of the money, the admin fee goes down. It doesn't like, okay, there we go. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the strategic plan. This is what your strategic plan looks like, and there are, on this particular slide, 2 different sub-actions. One was to collaborate with the Chamber of Commerce and the business community, and the other was to provide education about best practices related to engagement with homeless neighbors. So let's talk about the accomplishments. We'll start with sub-action 1.1. We have, since the inception of the program, had the opportunity to present to your Norco Chamber of Commerce in August of 2021 and also September of 2022. It's been an extremely positive collaboration, and in fact, with this last meeting that we had, through the discussion with the businesses, we worked together to develop a business assistance guide. It is part of your packet. We're super proud of this because it not only will provide assistance to your businesses, but also your residents. Will be posted on the city's website as well as the chamber's website, and it provides steps 1, 2, 3 type of an example of how residents and businesses can get support when they are impacted by homeless issues and or if they know someone that needs services. Also, sub-action 1.2 achievements include we had citywide staff training in August of 2021. So if all of your city departments are trained, then that means that there's the ability to educate the public. We also had a town hall meeting, you may recall, at Nellie Weaver Hall in August of 2021, which went really well in terms of positive engagement with all of the residents in the community. had a really great presentation before your Parks and Recreation Commission in June of 2022. And most recently, and I know Mayor Grunmeyer and Councilmember Alleman were there, we had a faith-based forum on November 1st. These presentations have been a team effort between the City of Norco staff, the City of Corona Homeless Solutions Manager, me, and your Riverside Sheriff's Department. Outcomes have included increased awareness that the Homeless Collaborative actually serves Norco's residents. This is not folks coming from all over the place that aren't residents of the city, but your actual residents that include seniors, teachers, families with children and youth, and individuals. Also, all of these community events have helped to facilitate the development of more community partnerships that support the program. And let's see if it likes me. Okay, so then the next piece of the strategic plan is sub-action 1.3, which is to analyze the effectiveness of current funding toward homeless efforts to determine future funding recommendations. And boy, do we have some exciting updates for you regarding that. So let's talk about the first one, which is grants. On November the 8th of 2022, the Board of Supervisors approved a $1 million plus grant for encampment resolution funding for the City of Norco. That was really super cool because it was easy to take a Corona template because the scope of services between both cities are the same, and have the same grant for one for Corona, one for Norco, and the county funded both of them. Also, we had a partnership with Mercy House to apply for $2.5 million of permanent supportive housing, scattered site example of housing in the community that could be in both Norco and Corona. That is pending HUD approval, and then also $800,000 pending notification from Congressman Calvert for temporary housing and outreach. Corona Homeless Solutions Manager has also facilitated different types of partnerships that started in Corona but have now been extended over into the City of Norco, including a partnership with Centro Medico Community Clinic, the Veterans Housing Alliance that provides move-in assistance for our veterans, Make It Cozy Home Furnishings Program, Behavioral Health Mobile Crisis Management Team, which while they'll be housed in Corona City Hall, they will serve the City of Norco as well, which will reduce demand on your police, your law enforcement. And then also, I have the privilege of representing both cities in the Continuum of Care as the chair of the Continuum of Care, and also the regional Santa Ana Riverbed meetings with all of the cities in the Western region and the county agencies. And then other regional efforts, for example, Supervisor Washington recently convened a summit with all the cities in the Southwest region, and I had the opportunity to represent both cities to talk about the best practice that we have, and that happened on October the 26th. I've had great conversations with Deputy Wittenberg, who does a great job as your full-time deputy for quality of life. And in discussions with her from the time that this program started until now, her feedback to you is that the homeless-related calls for services have not only decreased, but when we look to address them, they resolve quicker because there is a partnership between CityNet and the Riverside Sheriff's Department to try to get people resources. Also, ongoing efforts in the Santa Ana Riverbed have resulted just this year in 43 tons of removal of debris to prevent fires, preserve trails, and wildlife habitat. And then also, you know that Cal Cities recognized the Corona Norco Collaborative for achieving cost savings through synergy. So Norco benefits from grants, partnership development, regional collaboration, and representations. I'm already doing this as the Homeless Solutions Manager for Corona, so it extends over to the City of Norco. These programs have benefited your residents, your businesses, and they've transformed lives for your homeless residents that live in this city. Our unique Norco Corona Collaborative has achieved amazing outcomes really in a short amount of time. Compared to other cities that have been at this for a very long time. I'm so proud of your leadership and what we've been able to accomplish. And I'll be working with your team to report back in spring to give you an update on client outcomes. So we'll have more data. Right now we have data from July through November, but we'd like to present to you more data because that's going to be the season when you're going to be more focused on your budget and decisions that you'll have to be making for the city. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
council have any questions of Karen? Any comments for Karen?
As always, great job, Karen. Appreciate all you do for us.
Thank you, sir. It's a team effort. You know, I couldn't do it without Michelle and Alejandra and the leadership of your city manager and the sheriff's department, and of course, our wonderful council subcommittee and all of you. So, thank you.
All right. As always, thank you, Karen. Just super excited about the progress we've made, like you said, in a very short amount of time. So thank you so much. All right. We will be moving on to item number 1, City Council reports on regional boards. And I have nothing to report at this time, so we will move on to Catherine.
On December 15th, I attended the Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees meeting, and I have an update from that. A question that we get asked quite a bit is, do mosquitoes seem to bite me or my wife or my husband or my friend more than they bite other people? And is that true, and why does that happen? It is true. And so, go ahead, thanks. So some of those factors are, but it's not an easy answer. They do, so there's a lot of research that's been done around this. But if you have type O blood, you are nearly twice as likely to be bit by a mosquito. If you are releasing more carbon dioxide, so larger, taller folks, then you'll attract more mosquitoes who will be more likely to bite you. Exercising and metabolism, so releasing things like lactic acid, uric acid, ammonia, these are also in sweat. So if you've recently worked out, that can attract mosquitoes. Skin bacteria, depending on the last time that maybe you washed your feet, can attract the mosquitoes. Beer, just 1 12-ounce can of beer will attract mosquitoes for a feast, and body temperature as well. So something like being pregnant, when a person, their body temperature is higher, will actually attract more mosquitoes. So there's no one easy answer for why someone might be getting bit more than another person, because it could depend on any one of those factors that happened that day. But that does happen. So how to protect yourself, right? Obviously, so avoid being out when mosquitoes are active. Use protection. DEET, right? 20% formula is enough for 4 hours of protection. Make sure you're using something that's scientifically proven to work to keep mosquitoes away. And the second is to eliminate them, right? So you don't want any standing water on your property. Mosquitoes need standing water to breed. So make sure you throw out anything that could keep water in or around your yard or around your house, or if you notice that there's leaks in places that are causing pooling of water, and then you can take action. You can reach out to Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control District. Part of your property taxes, it's $10 a year, but it pays for these services. So you can call, ask questions, and they'll come out and perform calls of service because we are within their area. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Bash.
I guess the most important thing I attended, the candlelight remembrance ceremony was pretty important. That was to commemorate and honor fallen peace officers in Riverside County. I went with Lori. That was very moving. But WRCOG, we had the strategic planning meeting, and I have to say, since we hired Kurt over there, he has just transformed WRCOG, and we were mainly famous for a party we threw once a year. And what he has done is we're doing all kinds of things. In fact, I'm embarrassed to say during the strategic planning meeting, next time I'm going to wait for staff to talk, because we were all jumping in with ideas only to discover the staff was already implementing a lot of the things that we wanted to do. We're going to become a much more strategic a group that lobbies for. It's difficult because each city has a different perspective as to what they want to do, but I think we found 5 or 10 things that we can lobby as a region together. We tend to be a very strange region because we tend to be a little bit more conservative. Even the people to the left are a little bit more conservative, and so we tend to butt heads a lot with some of the other cogs and some of the other groups. But it was really, really a very, very, as you know, after being chair of WRCOG, I didn't like the direction we were going, and Kurt, the new CEO, has just done a phenomenal job. And so I'm real happy with that. And as time goes on, what I'd actually like to do is I'd like to bring in Kurt at some point, Lori, or bring in Chris Gray, and just fill in the board as to what's kind of happening these days at WRCOG. It really is amazing. We've gone from a group that was pretty dysfunctional to a group that's actually starting to work like a clock. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Hoffman.
Yes. Public Works is Chad. You guys are like the rest of us with the Riverside County flood control projects. We realized that throughout the second district had a lot of projects, and they're getting done, and all the other agencies they're going to try to get as many done as they can over the next year before they start getting more projects. But certain projects like JCSD's project is on their board, and it's just like I've said before, like with the county is also direction is it's flood control, but it's where to put that water, how to retain that water, how to recharge our basins. That is the direction they're going with the flood control. So I'm very happy to say that a lot of the projects we did and we approved and asked the supervisors, those are the projects that we did that concentrated on that, trying to save as much water as we can before we just send it down to the river and out to the sea. Again, the State of the County presentation went there with City Manager Lori Sassoon, and it was amazing. They did a good job presentation. Of course, Supervisor Hewitt, this was his song since he's leaving the board, but a lot of good presentations by the districts. Even though they had Silver Lakes and Eastvale, that was quickly corrected. But yeah, a very good direction the county is taking. And then going through there, the Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting. Matt, do you have that video? This is kind of cool, and I want you to watch it. There's no sound. Berwin already told me he's driven over it. This is the new bridge. It's opened up, and this was taken on that Sunday. So it's open, which is good. And so I know Chad will tell you that they changed the lanes, the directions. They're going to work on the other side now. But I just wanted to let everybody know, hey, the bridge is open on the west side. So that's a good thing. And there's another video I shared. I sent it out to the staff and to the council members from the RCTC and the San Bernardino. And I did that to share with you as far as what we have done throughout the last couple of years, big projects coming down, and the economic impact they're going to have on our communities to get people from point A to point B. And some of the ones that are come up, and I'll tell you, the Highway 60, the truck lane over there, it's amazing what that's improvement if you haven't driven in there and coming along. And then San Bernardino is working on the 10. That construction's a mess through there as you go out towards towards the desert, but they're really working on it and trying to make it done better. So those are the interchanges that are coming down, and all the grade separations for for the trains, really working on trying to get traffic moving so we don't have to stand still. Then continuing on there, RTA, we're done with that one, Matt. Get only over the bridge so many times. RTA, and I have their holiday schedule. Just real quick, buses will not be operating on Christmas Day. And then Saturday, the buses will operate regular service. This is on New Year's Eve. Will operate with free rides after 2:30 p.m. So you're feeling a little inebriated, you can't go, take the bus, okay? And then January 1st, New Year's Day, the buses will not be operating. So just want to make your point there. That's what's going on. All right, and that's it. That completes Miss Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Newton.
No report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to item number 2, which is our consent calendar. Are there any items that need to be pulled from council?
I would like to pull 2I, please.
Any other items?
Motion to approve the rest.
Oh, yeah. Are there any public comments,
I
Dana?
have no public comments, Mayor. Thank you. Please vote. Got theirs on. I can, okay. There you go. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. So then we will move on to our pulled items. So that's 2I with Councilmember Alleman.
Yes, I pulled this because I wanted to have a little bit of a discussion around it with my fellow council members. I understand the need to keep our funds solvent and the need to fund our infrastructure, make sure we have the infrastructure to deliver services to our residents. But I want to make sure that we have overturned every stone when we're looking at doing that. I spent quite a bit of time speaking with our former city manager before he left about, water rates and our infrastructure and where we were. And we discussed several options that were worth exploring. And so I wanted to bring those up because this wasn't an item that was in the budget. And while it was brought up at the recycled water workshop, it really wasn't within the purview of that entirely. So some of the things that I had discussed with our former city manager were looking at, and I emailed also our city manager, and she got me back some responses as well, but those responses then weren't copied to everybody, so wanted to bring that up. One of the questions was, have we ever had anyone look at our water system and analyze it to see if there are any operational inefficiencies in ways that we're using it to maximize the use of the infrastructure that we have? Second, I know that the idea has been thrown around to combine or look at whether we could combine the sewer and water fund in terms of solvency, looking at our rate stabilization fund, what the balance is there, and then looking at our contract with Western as well for water. So I know, Laura, you emailed back several answers regarding that, but just kind of wanted to get a feel as well from my fellow colleagues on where they were in terms of the rate study and kind of the issues, if this is warranting a broader discussion on where we are in terms of water and infrastructure and the big picture. This piece is a piece of the puzzle to me, but I wanted to have a little bit more of the big picture before just approving it on the consent.
Anyone have any discussion? Ted?
Yeah. If and Chad, just about you, this is the same group that came and did a rate study for us back 2015-16, correct?
Correct.
Where we actually talked about the different avenues that we could go through with our rates to go the route we were going, which was we'd have to take out loans, and then the loan would be 10, 12, 15 years of payment back, and then the money would be gone at 5, and we'd have to just keep duplicating, correct? Is that what we...
In essence,
Yeah, it was just...
We looked at multiple scenarios. We
Right.
Had a very big ask as far as, because we had a large capital improvement need, pared it down to make something reasonable to right step forward, but that accomplished that goal to get us on the path. But there's still a lot of work to be done on the water side going forward.
Correct, and that's because when I was on the Streets and Utility Commission, all we were doing was paying for the water and never paying for the infrastructure, and we were always lagging behind, especially in the water part. So this is the same company doing the same. We're going to update, because that's 7 years ago. So is that what we're doing here, right? We're just looking to see if we're on the right track and the right phases of it, correct?
Correct.
That's what I read into it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just an update. We try to do it at least every 5 to 7 years. Required or needed, but we just want to be fiscally responsible, make sure that we are continuing being in the revenue that is needed operating, but also to replace infrastructure in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilman
Go
Newton.
Since you mentioned every 5-7 years, we're not running on a specific time frame for this. My feeling when I reviewed this, I understand the study, but what concerns me is where we're going to be down the road with the economy and costs. We didn't allow for it in this budget. What's the impacts if we don't move forward at this time and then address these costs in our yearly budget, June, July?
One of the primary needs to do analysis was really the recycled water and analyzing that, because we needed to determine might be as part of the information we needed to bring back to the council. So that's one of the critical items that needs to be done. But also the water fund does need to be reviewed at. It was something that I had requested this prior city manager to put in the budget, but he wanted to wait until the new manager has been seated to have that discussion, which we've had. And again, doing the review doesn't obligate the council to make any modifications. The goal is to review it, analyze the information, find out where we stand, to come up with ideas, and ultimately bring that information to the council through study sessions, through the STUC committee, through conversation, to see whether or not modifications need to be done, what needs to be done, and what we think is appropriate, if anything. So it doesn't mandate that something's going to be done. Where we've gone through over the last 6 years now, and how we're standing as far as and what we need. So we'll include looking at how much work we think we still need to get done in all the funds, sewer, water, and also certainly the reclaim fund, which is process, which is something that we're trying to kickstart and get moving, and that will have its own initial cost to get that moving.
But it's a $90,000 cost with no allocation in this budget, this current budget.
Right.
That gives me a little heartburn.
Thank you, Mayor. So as Chad noted, the staff did request a budget allocation in the current budget year, and the city manager at the time did not pursue that. So that was a decision. Adjusting utility rates is always a better practice to do in small increments over time, right? And it's a little like, on a macro level, it's like your personal budget in that it's much more palatable to take small bites at the apple over time than to wait until later. Then you have a compounding effect, and then you can create a more difficult challenge down the line. So it's really a good practice to do the study. The study was not budgeted this year, but I would argue it's going to have to be budgeted at some point. So we certainly have general fund unappropriated fund balance that could be used for that purpose. Now, if the council doesn't elect to do the study right now, then that just delays the potential implementation of new rates down the line. And it also delays our ability to conquer this issue of recycled water, work on that rate too. So the other interesting thing about the consultant that we have been using, which I think is excellent, I'm not familiar with this company at all, but I do think it's great that we actually end with a model so we can plug and play a little bit with infrastructure costs. Councilmember Alleman mentioned this issue. And I think I've discussed with some of you that we are interested in doing an assessment of our water infrastructure that would include actually reviewing some of the conditions, looking at the way we staff it, the way we operate it, trying to get a bigger picture view of how we run the system, where our needs are, so that we can conquer those over time rather than doing them piecemeal. And so the great thing about these two things can go in tandem, because if we identify new needs, we can plug and play it in this new model we're going to build. So I think it's a great way, it's a wise use of the consultant dollar, as opposed to them just sort of baking something and handing you a spreadsheet or a PDF that you can't can't adjust, we can use it as a working model. So I think that's a good investment too. This should pay well, but it is expensive. I'll give you that. These rate studies are not inexpensive work.
Well, I guess part of my concern there is, Lori, that we're having conversations about rate hikes with water and sewer, and it's like our last quarterly report that we had on our financials, our water and sewer funds were healthy. So it's why are we starting to have this conversation about water rates? And I just feel like I'll use the word steered instead of manipulated, but I'm being steered in a direction that, well, we got to start talking about raising water rates and sewer rates. And I'm just a little concerned about that, since those funds today are healthy. And obviously I want to make sure they're healthy in the future, but didn't allocate the money for this year. And that's a concern, where we're going to be in July. Overall economy. It's my 2 cents.
So, coincidentally, I had the same conversation essentially with Andy before he left, and he had expressed that at some point he'd like to look at sewer and water combination, which I know we can't do because people have already paid toward the water, but something maybe we can implement maybe down the line. I just don't know what that would look like. I totally understand the idea that you slowly begin to raise your water rates, because when I first got on council, nobody wanted to raise water rates because they were all looking to run for re-election. So we had to do a ginormous rate hike. I think, Greg, you weren't on council yet, but you watched it happen. You paid for it. I do have a concern, the same concern Greg has, in terms of we do have a very healthy fund balance. And I also know I'm looking forward to having Western Municipal come and speak, because get ready, folks, because water is going to become very, very, very expensive, and we don't have any water, and so I'm nervous about all that. And Andy also expressed concern, and I only bring this up because Catherine brought it up, and not to play one city manager against another. I'm not doing that at all, don't get me wrong. But I was sort of trying to be debriefed, things to look for as the new city manager. I didn't know our transition would be so smooth. I didn't know what to expect. But I would like to look at the operation in tandem if we're going to raise the rates, because he wanted to make sure that we were running it as smoothly, and he felt we were, but he wanted to make sure that we were up to date. I mean, we basically run our own water service, which is, for a city our size, it's actually, Chad, I don't know if you know this, but you do the impossible. It's not possible for a city our size to have our own waterworks like this. It's very unusual. And so because of that, because it is kind of a unique animal, he was concerned that there might be benefit to having somebody come in and really look at it and say, hey, you could do this, you could tweak here, in an effort to provide quality water and at the same time save rates. So I don't have a problem with this, as if we could do them in tandem and in the context of you know, the truth of the matter is, state of California just simply has not taken care of the water problem. And so Western Municipal does an excellent job of letting everybody know what needs to be done. So there's actually 3 things I'd like to see happen. The larger context of the catastrophic water shortage, putting together actually 4 things, maybe looking at the sewer water combination. 3, let's look at the operational, see, we may be doing a great job, and then I guess do the rate study at the same time. So there's 4 things. I think to leave out any one of those things, we're kind of, you know, not fulfilling the obligation to residents. But make no mistake, residents, people need to get ready, because there are things coming down the pike that are really scary, and I'm a little worried about about that. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Madam
it to me
Mayor,
last
I
time, too.
apologize. Give me
All
a
right.
couple of weeks if you remember.
I know.
All right.
Chad, I did have a couple questions for you. When we talk about the rate study, some of the things that Catherine and Kevin have mentioned, I would assume play a part, right, in the rates and developing those rates, because I don't know how you can isolate like the operation if you're looking at how much somebody's going to pay for something. Are some of those things integrated into this study, or are they not?
I mean, you're looking at two different things. You're looking at your O&M costs and how they fluctuate, and whether we're projecting. Predominantly, our biggest impact over the last 5 years has been CIP. $20 million over the last 4 or 5 years building our system. I mean, study direct money we're receiving, financing our bonds, and some additional. And I can tell you, as far as comment was made that we have a pretty healthy fund, it may appear that way there's a number there because the money hasn't been expended, but I can tell you, based off the projects I have in the queue now that are being designed, there is not enough money to fund those projects. I have 4 major water main projects. Construction, but the designs still need to get done. So bringing in enough revenue annually where we can do our project. Question of something that council will give feedback on is, do we want to do one main at a time and we can progress that way over time? Do we want to keep up water mains a year time and what that bring that to find out, because there's going to be an impact. But we think is appropriate and reasonable for the community. Fund that through but we do have increase in the fundamental cost of electrical. Supplies are real expensive now, parts and materials. So all those will have a factor in a study across the board, water, sewer, or factor. This shift will be primarily capital. Before it was dramatic capital needs we had. Balance, it's not as significant. O&M will be a factor, and things like our processes to see where we can potentially have savings, how we operate something, or taking more time, or we're having to do too much contract work because of the amount of labor we have. It's looking at all those things to figure out Y and Z. Would you see how does that benefit the system process? So a lot of analysis in it. It's not just throw all your numbers in and figure. Very intimate process in my mind, because you're really trying to keep the community in mind. Every dollar, it has an impact, and how do we, if we're ever going to do anything, and again, we're just doing a look to tell us where we're at, because I don't want to wait 3 more years. I could have come to you first and said, hey, I have a problem that with 3 years we're not going to have surprised with that last minute things. Now you're being asked. Our last rate increase, we were $2 million. Fix that problem, but it was a painful one that all the council talked about and weren't happy about. We had to do. Very proud that the council did take that on, and took it on the chin a little bit from the community, but we are much better than we were then. Process, I don't imagine it being a significant issue. Because sewer fund is healthier, that we look at, potentially seeing where we can reduce costs for sewer and maybe shift that towards water instead. So there's a net zero balance of trying to figure out what we can do to first got to put in all the factors of here's our projected costs or need 5-10 years down the road, and then figure out how we can massage it to figure out what's
So
the potential for this contract does allow for those other factors of combining to be explored by this company, or telling them, we want to go to a net zero for our sewer, or looking at inefficiencies. All of those things are going to be brought to the table under this study.
Study of inefficiencies would be done what I'm looking at right now. Talking with my peers, other agencies. Hired a contractor. Staffing. Trying to figure out. Where we see that you're going to spend money. Staffing is not allocated correctly, augmented in any way, to where your operations not being done right, and how you're distributing water down because it's creating issues. Trying to figure out what type of wholesale fundamental opinions about whether or not we're doing things generate cost savings, or do they really just more of, to operate more effectively, you need to spend this extra money, but you're not. It's trying to not operate in a vacuum, to say, because there's been questions about, are we doing things have in a prudent manner to be fiscally responsible? But if there's questions about whether or not an outsider can give us a different perspective, maybe we're missing, I'm not opposed to that.
But that's not included in the study, Mayor. So I think that was your core question. So yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
Follow up that, so you reached out to different agencies to find out if they've done efficiency schedules?
I'm in the process of doing that.
And have you received any reply?
Not yet.
Mayor, can I clarify too? So we're talking about a system kind of operational and condition assessment. So that would include possible efficiencies, but really we're looking at the overall condition of our infrastructure is the core piece, right? What are the ages of all of our pipes? How are their conditions? We've made some assumptions based on our calls for service, our main breaks and so forth. We know where our trouble spots are, but we're trying to look at this whole thing comprehensively in the infrastructure. Then we'll also look at how we operate it, right? With our consulting team, with our staff. Are there any, does that make sense? Is that in keeping with the industry? And then yes, efficiency. So it's kind of this comprehensive look at the water utility itself. So to include, I just want to clarify that scope. So because I think that's a really important thing and I agree with Andy that was a good thing to consider doing. But that's not what this process is today, or the decision in front of you.
Any other questions or comments?
I think my last comment coming from and hearing what my colleague said, for me, I agree with some of the things that were said, just that having our operations analyzed should be done in tandem or before a rate study, because I feel like that information would be useful. And again, I'm not a water systems expert, but at least in tandem, right? And then second, I think it is worth exploring the combination of the sewer and the water fund. My understanding is that the bond that was financed was water and sewer together. And if that legally can't be done, or there's no benefit to us, then that would be just good information to have. But I know that idea was thrown around before. And then I think I would like to have an update on the rate stabilization fund. And then when we're looking at those operational issues, there's been investment in infrastructure, our wells and our storage. And I think that would be another key piece. And as we are wrapping our head around what does this look like? What are the best decisions that we can make for our residents? And having all of that information would give some peace of mind in terms of like the rate study, and having all of the pieces of the puzzle there to know that all the stones have been unturned when we answer questions from residents about why this is happening. And I absolutely agree. It is better to slowly increase. All of us who lived in Norco when the water bill just kind of, doubled in a few years. We don't want to do that to residents. But we also want to make sure that we answer to them and that we're doing our due diligence in our seats up here.
All right. So I will entertain entertain a motion or?
Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Sure.
It sounds like it's the council's fairly lukewarm about moving ahead with the rate study at this time. So what I'd suggest is instead, why don't you let us come back with the proposals on the system assessment and bring that back and kind of look at that as a package at a future meeting. I think a delay of a month or two to get those together for you is not substantive and will maybe help you feel like you're getting the pieces of this puzzle together. So I think that might be a great way to go, and we can do that at a future meeting, and not lose a lot of time here. So
I really like that suggestion, and one of the things that I would like to do, and to be political, is I'd like this to happen in the next year, and rather than it become, because it was an issue, I don't want water to become the issue leading into the next election. So if we can do it this year.
no, absolutely. I would hope that either in January or February we can bring you back a package to look at. That would be my goal. Because again, and I want to speak to Councilmember Newton. My job is always to bring you recommendations. So I'm always, ultimately these are policy choices for you all to make. So when I bring you a recommendation, please don't read that as me trying to, what was the word you used? You used a word, but steer. There you go. Thank you. But really just to give you our professional assessment. And ultimately, we're going to collaborate with you, but you are our elected leaders, and we're going to do what we do to serve you and to respect your authority as the ultimate decision makers here. So, but we're going to give you our recommendation because that's why you pay us, right? So that's my recommendation, Mayor, is to bring this back, future meeting, look at the right study along with our kind of third-party assessment of our system, and we look at those together.
All right, thank you. So do we?
Mayor, can I?
Yes.
I'm gonna. One thing is, since we in February, usually late January or even February, where you do our mid-budget, that would be a good time to. Since I think the big thing here is we're putting out almost $90,000 that we didn't budget initially, so that would be almost an ideal time to do another budget study. Is when we do our mid-budget review, if that's okay. That makes sense.
Great idea.
All right, very good.
Is that a motion? So I'll make a motion to bring this back at the mid-year budget review, along with an update or, if we have a consultant who could do that operational assessment. And then I'm going to add that, can we get some information on the feasibility of combining the sewer and water fund? Are there any other jurisdictions that have done that? Would that be of any benefit to us as well?
There's a second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, so now we will be moving to item number 4, public comments, and I will call on the city clerk.
I have no general public comments at this time.
Okay. Item number 5, our discussion and action items. Just a reminder, we'll have our staff report, council questions of staff, public comment, and then council discussion. So, Madam City Clerk, you are up.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, before you, I have brought back a report. It was requested on December 7th by Councilmember Catherine Allman. A proposed discussion concerning adding youth commission seats to our current committee and commissions. Just some background. Previously, the city of Norco had a youth advisory council. From what I had viewed when I first started, the youth council members primarily served more as volunteers for city activities and programs. They weren't really engaged in the council process, the government process. And then also with the advent of the COVID pandemic, the Youth Advisory Council is discontinued at that time. There was, I didn't get a lot of feedback and interest in the previous recruitment also. Councilmember Allman was very gracious to do some research too, and she found quite a few cities that I was able to look up and see what the history is behind their youth commissions and their commissioners that actually sit on some of like Parks and Rec and Planning Commission, and some of the different roles that they have. Some are just there for advisory with no vote. Some actually do vote, but their vote isn't counted in the formal decision making, and then some actually have full voting members. There's been a few cities that have started a one-year pilot program for their youth commissioners, and before rolling out anything further. So tonight before you, if you would like to discuss if this is something you'd like to do, I would like to have some feedback, and that's it that I have right now. If you have any questions of me.
Does council have any questions of staff? No questions? Are there any public comments on this item? Okay.
Yes, the first public comment is Cade Barone.
Hello, council members. I came here tonight to speak to you about the importance of youth participation in local government. People such as yourselves know how important local government is and what goes into it. I think youth should be a valuable part of those efforts. Norco once had a youth advisory council that I had learned about through an interview I did with Kevin Bash back in late 2019. I even thought about submitting an application, however my efforts were thwarted by the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic kept the youth advisory council from coming back. I feel that it is important to add youth members to city commissions. As a high school student myself, I have personally experienced the lack of engagement people my age have with local government. I have also seen the desire some have to be able to seize any opportunity to work with local government. Many youth in Norco engage in city-sanctioned activities such as Horse Week, the Norco Fair, and the Light Parade, yet they know nothing about what goes into the planning or execution of those events. I believe that if young people had the opportunity, they would want to know more and have more impact on local government. Adding youth members to city commissions is not only important to me, but is important for other youth who are a part of Norco. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. The next speaker is Bill Naylor.
Good evening, Council. I'm a person that has worked with the youth for the last 50 years, and there are some really great kids out there. Majority of them I would not want to be on a commission, but there are some that are good. And I would recommend, if you decide to allow youth on our commissions, that they be in an advisory position, not as a voting member. They really don't have the experience at that time, but this would help give them some experience. Thank you.
I have one last speaker card, Jeff Cahan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. As a commissioner, I've been thinking about this. One problem, if you want to look at it, maybe not a problem, just a concern, is most of our commissions on purpose are odd numbers. So if we add a sixth youth member, especially if they then became a voting member, you'd have potential 3-3 issues. So there's one thing to consider. The other thing I'm thinking is if you put one person on each commission, we only have a handful of commissions. So that would only allow a handful of youth to become involved. If you were to resurrect the Youth Advisory Committee, which I believe had 9 or 11, you'd actually have a lot more youth be able to be engaged, and they could then have more outreach with more representation rather than just having a single person on a handful of very few commissions. So I recommend that we look at the Youth Advisory Commission again as a whole rather than doing the person per commission, because I think they'd actually have more participation that way. Thank you.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
All right, thank you. We will bring it back to council for discussion and action. Any discussion from council?
Sure. And I would just state that tonight what we're really doing is just, we're not hammering necessarily all of the specifics of what a youth commissioner would look like, but is this a direction we want to go in? And there's a number of ways that we could come up with a program through a subcommittee, staff, it would come back. There's still some sausage making that would have to be done. So really we're looking for consensus if we want to move forward or not. You know, and I brought this up. We used to have a youth advisory commission, and a number of cities do have youth advisory commissions. And the idea with those, right, is we want our youth to be involved. We want them to be engaged. We want them to be civically minded. We want to hear what they have to say and give them a voice. A youth advisory commission takes substantially more staff time if it is done correctly. And for me to vote for anything like that, that's what I would want. I want it to be meaningful work for our youth, not just that they show up to some meetings or that we ask them to volunteer. That would be another commission that things would need to be routed through. So there's a lot more work that would go into doing that. Not that that is not a valuable piece, but just in thinking that we have a small staff, a small but mighty staff, and I want to be mindful of what we're asking them to do, and I also want to be mindful of making sure we're creating meaningful opportunities for the members in our community. And so this idea that came out of the Cal Cities Conference, that came out of other cities, and my research looking at some of the cities that are in the staff report, other cities are doing it or trying it. Some of those cities also have youth advisory councils or commissions. They also probably have a lot more staff to kind of work with that. But there are so many positives that I see. Engaging our future leaders, encouraging our youth to take a role in active leadership, allowing for their voices to be heard, giving them experience in the public sector. Especially when we look at, we're planning for a future that belongs to them. I want them to be able to have a voice and to be at the table, to have a say. And when, especially like Parks and Rec, there's a lot of youth programming. Those are the programs that we want youth to come to. I want to hear what they have to say. Many school districts do this on their board. So I am in favor of this proposal for the reasons that I mentioned. You know, when I think about what kind of community do we want Norco to be and do we value our youth, the answer is yes. And I want our youth involved. I want them involved in positive ways. And so to that end, the details could be worked out. Some of these commissions, to some of the points in the public comment, have 2 youth members to keep it an odd number. There's what's called the preferential vote, where they get to vote, but the vote is just recorded in the minutes. It doesn't change the outcome necessarily of the 5 votes if you added 1. So there's a voice to be heard. And when we say, you know, say we started with 1 commission, Parks and Recreation, for example, and there's only 1 youth, but that youth is, you know, a liaison to the community. Another youth might feel more comfortable going and reaching out to that person via social media or what have you to talk to them about the issues, perhaps then maybe a council member. So it's a step in the right direction of getting our youth involved. So I'm looking forward to the discussion and hearing what my colleagues have to say.
Other comments or discussion? Ted?
Yeah, thank you. Dana, when we had the other, and Diane took care of that, the Youth Advisory Commission. And what were the age groups for that?
It was high school students.
High
just
school
the
students.
high school
Okay.
students, correct.
Because I see some of the staff report has ages 12 to.
Yeah.
And
that was just from the cities that I had looked into. They were kind of all across the board.
All right. And Michelle's hiding back there. Michelle, on the Park and Recs, do we not have the youth? Is it youth sports? That's all parents, aren't there?
Those for the Youth Sports Advisory Council
Yes.
is adults.
It's all adults. Their kids are in sports. Okay, but their kids are in the programs, in your various programs.
Or else they could be volunteers that don't have children in the
Okay, so
organizations.
I'm just trying to see how much involvement there is. And you have the average age of your volunteers, well, say your part-timers staffing up there at Riley and in the fields. What's the average age you're dealing with over there?
Volunteers?
No, your staff, your
have staff that
part-time.
are we have young as 16 all the way to 30.
To 30, okay. Do you, and I'm trying to get a feel for what Catherine's saying is, do you get feedback from them?
Yes, actually, this is a great topic to discussed tonight, because staff has been talking about bringing volunteers in, some students in, because we are having right now a problem recruiting people in recreation. And what we need is, we need a feeder group. And those are new leaders, new aides, to come into recreation and community services, serve as public servants. That is something that we're currently discussing and trying to figure out how we can do that. But having possibly a council or commission with the youth is a feeder group into public servant for the community.
Okay, so and I'm asking because you're dealing with it every day.
Yeah.
That's how your program's going. So it would be beneficial to, especially a Park and Recs, to include the youth on that commission, correct?
Correct. In my professional opinion, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
Any other comments? Kevin?
So I sat on Park and Rec for 10 years, and I'm totally in favor of this. I think it would fit in very well. I also think we could put one on the Historic Commission too. I think that planning, we could maybe have one there, but planning has some legal obligations, so it's a little bit more difficult. Streets and Trails, I don't see why they couldn't be on that. I think plug one of these young adults anywhere we can. I think maybe we could even talk to, I sat on a couple of the boards for youth softball and stuff. Maybe what we could do is, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, on the Youth Advisory Committee. I sat on that for quite a while, and let them see how that operates and see some of the problems. And, one of the things that this might help do is to train young volunteers to make people understand, at a young age, the benefits of helping to support and what it takes to make an organization run for the good of everybody involved. But I think this is a wonderful idea. I'm not so certain about the voting, but even that, I don't really have that much heartburn over that. But I think it'd be a great opportunity to put those. I don't know, what's the politically correct? What kiddos? Can I use kiddos? The youth of today. So I think it's a great idea, and I would support it in pretty much any form or fashion.
Greg?
I'd have to check the new Stanford dictionary on what's the appropriate pronoun to use. I'm not in favor of resurrecting the Youth Advisory Council. One, because I think that's a big impact on staff, and to do it right, it's going to take more staff, and it got a little disjointed, and so I wouldn't want to see bringing that council back. But I do support is for all the commissions to have a youth advisory on every one of our commissions, and including planning. I think, why not? Land use is very important to this community, and if you want to develop new leaders, that's an important thing to learn. So I would support it to see it on all our commissions. And just to aggravate Chad, I'd like to see that have like 2 or 3 additional members. Okay. But as far as the voting, I'd like to see that advisory person be able to vote, but not have it counted in the decision. It just, you're becoming more of the process, and at least you can make your comments and you can vote, the way you feel on it, but not part of the final decision on it. So, no, I would support moving forward on this.
Chad?
Yeah, I'll agree with you in all commissions except planning. And the reason I'll justify that. The commissions with the Park and Recs, the Streets and Trails, and Historical are advisory. It says on them. That's how they're defined. They're advisory commissions and committees. whereas the planning commission actually does things there for the planning, and we take their information directly and approve them each time, where it doesn't have to come back. It doesn't have to come back to on a staff report and that thing. So I think the governance of a planning commission ends up being a little more difficult to deal with as far as the legality of it. I don't have a problem if you want to put a young person or a youth on there to sit, but not any vote. No voting, not a vote, because I just think that is you're going to run into some issues there with the legal process if you're going to come in there. I think there's going to be complications because of the planning is handled under the law a little differently. And Colin, if you correct me on that, is.
No, I agree, Councilmember Hoffman. Planning, they are actually issuing land use approvals, and when we go into the planning, we get to due process issues. So you have the issues of, was something said that shouldn't have been said that's going to give a developer a due process argument? I don't think it's going to be a very strong argument, because we'll come back and say, well, this is an advisory member, it's a youth advisory member. The Planning Commission, the 5 persons who are actually voting commissioners are all adults. They exercise their own independent judgment, but you always do open yourself up to the possible thought of due process issues anytime you're dealing with either Planning Commission or City Council.
But you would be okay with just an advisor on planning, no vote? Or not even if the vote didn't count? Or are you just saying no to on planning?
Councilmember Newton, I'm not saying no to anything, and I was just bringing up the worst case scenario. Like I said, I think it would be a weak argument from a developer to try to say that a youth advisor somehow swayed the rest of the Planning Commission. I'm just trying to bring up what the argument would be. So I'm not saying no or yes to anything. I'm just saying that that's the issue we'd run into on Planning Commission that we would not run into on the purely advisory commissions.
Mayor, if I may, I think that, the city attorney is giving you his legal advice. I think it's excellent. That's why we have him here. And so he's giving you his risk assessment. For me, my opinion would be when they have an advisory role, I'm comfortable. And I think especially, we can make that clear that they're advisory, and we can even have them cast a vote that does not count. I think that's advisory. I hear what Councilmember Hoffman is saying. We would need to be obviously very crystal clear with our constituents about the role. But I think it's a judgment call for you all to make. And one option too is if we move ahead, we could consider adding planning at a later date. If you wanted to see how it went, that may be an option that you consider.
I'm having trouble. A developer would actually do something like that? Actually, how does the school district do it? Because some of that stuff is binding. And I'll even go a step further. I wouldn't even have. I wonder if there's city councils to do this. I know it'd be difficult for us, but
They're trying to do it in Sacramento, but
well, that's a good argument against it. Is there any other? Is there
the
any
city?
Other? The problem with that is going to be is that the youth person's going to smoke that council. I know them all, but. I think any way that we can engage young folks, I think is good, personally. I love when Robin has her class in here. I love that. I get what you're saying about the youth council, but I would like to see maybe one day where we actually have a group of high school kids, because the best day is when we walk them through City Hall. If we could do that one day, that would be terrific. It's the disappointment when we don't approve the project they thought we were going to approve. That's when it gets messy. But I wouldn't even mind maybe down the line, see how it works, maybe attach somebody to council. Why not? We got an extra chair right here. So I think it's a great idea. Again, any form or fashion I'm for if you want to phase it in. But I even think planning. I think the more I think about it, why not? Why should the adults be bored to death that night? Why not have the youth also be bored to death? Park and Rec is much more fun. Right, Michelle? A lot more fun.
So I would be in favor of this as well. And my understanding from the staff report was that if we were all kind of on the same page, that some options would be brought back. So as I think about the structure of the city and where we can plug students in, I think about, you know, Day of the Cowboy subcommittee and Parade of Lights subcommittee and some of those other subcommittees that really need volunteers that are under, you know, Parks and Rec, and the opportunities for multiple students to apply for some of those. So when we think about, you know, just saying one, there's not a need for necessarily, you know, as we're researching this, for it to be one student for Parks and Rec and one student for historic preservation and some of those. So I'd just like to kind of put that out on the table. And I agree with the planning, just because, again, as we think about our young people, I can't think of a student I've ever had that's been sitting in front of me and said, wow, I really want to be a city planner, or I want to be a facilities manager. But those are really, really good jobs. They just don't know about them. And so getting students in an atmosphere where they're seeing these other opportunities is incredibly important. So if it's in the form of getting, you know, on a commission and hearing these other things going on, I really think it's a good benefit, and it's going to allow us to start to fill these positions of public service that, again, are really, really meaningful and purposeful jobs that our young people just really don't know about. And so I think that's a key part of this proposal. And then to speak to what Kevin said, you know, the Youth Advisory Council was a tremendous amount of work, but I think having a Youth in Government Day where the students came in for the day, we had like 20 some students here and would go through, you know, doing the research. We went on field trips and they did a mock meeting. I think there's a lot of benefit to that. Obviously there's staff time committed to that, but I think that's another way that we can, you know, kind of meet the needs and find something else for additional students to be involved. So with that, I will entertain, do we need a motion on this one, Dana, or are you good with just direction?
I think the direction is pretty clear, and then just as in the report is like I said, other cities have had a pilot program that started with, you know, one commission member on one committee and revisited, you know, 6 months, 1 year, and then it could expand from there. So those are some of the things I'll bring back to you with what I find from the other cities and what they're doing and how they're going forward.
Perfect. Thank you.
If you even do the Veterans Committee, we'd have to clean up the language, but I think they'd be a good addition.
All right, so we will move on to item number 6, which is our public hearing. So we have amendments to the city's general fee schedule for fiscal year 22-23. And I will call up our finance director, Ms. Free.
And Mayor, if I may give a few brief introductions, so
Yes.
And then I'll get into her staff report. So this is a public hearing tonight, coming back on our fee schedule for 22-23, and the council may recall that you considered this as part of the budget, and Lisette will get into that, and decided not to move ahead in light of just kind of conditions at the time. So we're coming back tonight. I'll have Lisette walk through that, and kind of like our water rate discussion, you know, our recommendation is always going to be that we are adjusting our various fees over time in a thoughtful way to keep pace with costs as they may escalate, right? So with that, I will ask Lisette to give you a short overview of what we've done. So what you have before you is different than what you saw at budget time. We've made some adjustments, and so I'll have Lisette kind of walk you through that.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and residents. In May of 2022, the fiscal year 22-23 fee schedule was presented to City Council for consideration. At that time, if you recall, the CPI was 10%. Based on the Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ontario CPI index, that was calculated from March of 2021 through March of 2022. At that time, council members did not feel that the increases were appropriate and asked that the fees be brought back for possible implementation during mid-year. Staff has reviewed the fees and is recommending adjustments to moderate the impacts of the fee increase, and in many cases, in light of the inflationary pressures on many of our stakeholders. The adjustments that are being recommended are to be effective February 1st, 2023, with development-related fee adjustments effective 60 days from following adoption. In summary, most of the fees have been calculated with a proposed increase of 7.5%. Any fees set by statutes are not changing. Certain fees, such as for community services, such as Senior Center, the Community Center and Riley Gym, trademark and licensing fees are not being recommended for adjustment at this time. Some of the fees we're recommending an increase of 10%. This would include fire prevention fees, animal control, and development-related fees such as planning, building and safety, and public works. The majority of the recommended fee adjustments will result, like Lori said, in modest additional revenues to the general fund, and sort of to offset our increasing costs, and will be captured as part of our mid-year budget revisions, any of the revenues and stuff that would result from these recommendations. With that, we recommend the adoption of Resolution 2022-86 to update and adjust the general fee schedule for fiscal year 22-23, and at this time I can answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Lizette. Does council have any questions? Ted?
Thank you, Mayor. Lizette, on those you're saying this is going to become effective on February 1st, and then 60 days after that will be effective. So actually it's...
No, the non-development fees would be effective February 1st of 2023, and the 60 days are effective if the resolution's adopted today. Those fees are implemented 60 days from adoption.
Okay, so kind of play devil's advocate here. If I already had rented the facility, and I know what my fees are going to be, are these going to affect those people? Say, for example, they rent a Nellie Weaver Hall, they've got a wedding or something out there. These aren't going to affect them right there
No,
on the contract.
because those are on a contract basis
Okay,
at the time that agreement was made.
Okay, and then the other fees, would these numbers also, or increases, affect some of our events that have those 5-year contracts that with them? We have like the Horse Week and the fair. They have their long-term even though their contracts, they go up for renewal. Do these fees also, or those increases also play effect to those?
They would, and I don't know the specific about those contracts. I know facilities and maintenance that handles those contracts, but I don't know the details.
Yeah, just what I'm asking is, I know one of them has a flat fee, and then they have pay for the certain can't think of the word used, the fixed costs they have to pay for. So I'm just asking, are these fees going to be included in those?
Well, we have the lease agreements that are negotiated, and every year they do go up by CPI based on this fee. So some of them would go up, but what we have negotiated for this next year would remain the same.
Okay, I just checking to make sure, Okay, thank you. That's it.
Kevin?
Just as a sort of, maybe this is for you, Colin, with the new ballot measure that they figure will get on in February, we spoke briefly of this. Is this going to affect this at all?
It shouldn't, Councilmember Batch, it should not affect these fees. The fees that we're talking about today are basically reasonable costs of staff time to do certain things and facility rental agreements. We're not talking about the other types of fees that are the subject of the ballot measure going forward. No, I don't think it should affect these fees.
Do you know the number of that ballot measure? Is council aware of that? There's a ballot measure that... Okay, so I was just curious. Thank you, that's all. Thank you, good job.
Any other council questions of staff? Greg?
Couple. On this would have been on new fees, and it was like satellite parking. And notwithstanding, let's say, the certain large events, you know, Horse Week, Day of the Cowboy, the fair. But what set this for me was if satellite parking for events such as concerts and other large events, but it was concerts that triggered this thought of, why don't we also put in here that we want a portion of the parking fee? We're asking for $500, but if you were going to hold a concert up there, and they're going to charge $20 a car, that we want to cut on that. I mean, is that something that wouldn't be in the fee schedule, or
Yeah, exactly.
it would be something
Mayor.
we'd negotiate?
So yeah, so then you're into more of like a negotiated lease agreement, and under Prop 26 we can charge whatever we want when we
Okay.
lease real property, when we use of our property. This is more in the incidents where someone just wants to have some sort of event. They just want to pay us a flat rate and use that property. We're not obligated to do it. If we know they're going to take our property for $500 and charge and make $20,000, then maybe we make a different decision at that time, right? And negotiate a better
Okay.
deal. But if they're having I'm trying to think, a giant wedding, they just want to use the lot and pay $500, that's kind of more the scenario.
All right. I was just...
That's a great idea,
it-
though.
it
I
just,
you
I
know,
mean, it was
we
coming
always
through.
have the ability to use our property in a way that makes sense to recoup some of that investment back to the taxpayer through those
Right.
negotiations. Those are not fees, and those are...
Okay. So, one of our fees that we have is the fee that obviously we've started to spend, that we charge for general plan update. Okay. So going over all the Engle Park fees, why don't we have a general maintenance fee?
I'll let the staff speak to that. I believe there is a facilities piece to some of those
I mean,
fees.
there's
Alyssa, do you
the
know?
certain charge, but I'm taking it off like the planning one, that
Yeah.
there's a specific line that says, we're going to need to spend
Yeah.
X amount of dollars, which is a big chunk of change, to update our general plan. And that it's, can we have a specific fee for maintenance and upkeep on Engels Park? And the example I'm going to give you, which is we're going to have to talk about at budget time, is, let's say, the Marino Arena, okay? That roof in the next couple of years is going to reach its life expectancy, and you're probably looking today $400,000 that we should start setting aside monies for those large improvements.
So I can say yes. The answer is definitely yes. We can have a maintenance component in all of our facility use fees, not just Ingalls, but all of our facilities. And I want to ask Michelle or Amanda, I believe there is a component piece. Michelle's nodding her head. But we could at a future time, Councilmember Newton, we can look in a future fee study at looking at really addressing this and make sure we're recouping as
Only
much as
because
possible.
the general plan was just a separate
Yeah,
line
and
item.
it's very successful.
Right.
Yes, I'll let Michelle speak to it, the facilities piece in our
Yes,
fees.
a few years back, we included an infrastructure fee per rental, per facility, so that fee goes into a fund balance where that helps pay for the infrastructure of the facility that's being used. So
Is
like
it a separate line item?
it is.
On these?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. It is.
And it is set up the general plan maintenance.
Okay.
But we can look at
Sorry,
that.
I missed that one. And
It's
No,
on
no.
page 8, the asset replacement fund per date transaction. It's at the bottom of that table on page 8.
on 8, okay.
But we can look at that next time we do a fee study and look at updating that and see if we want to adjust that going forward.
Okay. The other two I have are just absolutely ticky-tack, okay? So, because I went over them all, on page 16, talk about the fee description on the different for solar, on the different systems. So you have residential and you have 2 commercials. One is up to 50 kV, and then the other is over 50 kV for commercial, and they're both the same fee. Why would we have two lines? Why don't we just say solar system?
Alma, do you know the difference between the solar fee?
Because
let
the
me bring
fees are
Alma.
the same on the
Yeah,
commercial.
I'm
yet-
guessing they were different at some point, Councilman. and-
no, it's not showing it.
No,
that
I know.
way.
I mean,
but-
at a different date, back in the day, and they've just carried this
Okay.
over. Yeah.
I mean, you show it for residential and two commercial lines. I'm just going, why don't we just go one line, one fee?
We could do
Okay.
additional research to see that and.
All right, no,
and then
like I
just
said,
delete
it's
one line item.
ticky-tack things. And then the last one was on page 28. Zoning and general plan map copies, just because it was blank, but it's a nothing fee. It's $5 and $10. Doesn't show any increase other than the same proposed fee is now $15 and $30. It just, like I said, it's a nothing thing, but it was just like, okay.
Those were meant to not increase.
You don't need to make,
They
we don't need to burn any
Okay,
time
so-
on it.
okay.
That's just,
Okay.
you
They
can
should
get back
increase,
to me
so
on
we
it.
will change the NA.
Just because I know how you just love to stand up there and speak to us, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisette.
Any other council questions of staff? All right. Thank you, Lizette. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Dana, do we have any public comment?
Yes, one speaker card, Bonnie Slager.
Good evening, Council. I'm looking at this from a little different standpoint. I know that it costs a boatload of money to do anything these days, and I understand the city can't just give everything away. But I'm looking at this from the standpoint of the little guys. Norco Horsemen's Association used to rent arena for events. We used to rent facilities for events, trail rides. Now, Corydon, which half of it has equipment in it, if I rent it would be $40. Plus, I would have to have insurance, which would cost me probably another $125. So to do a trail ride with Norco Horseman's name on it out of Corydon would cost at least $165. That's kind of a lot of money for a little trail ride in town. And unless things have changed, I don't even get the whole facility. Other people can come in and park their rigs there, their horses, and take them out. And if somebody like the BDCs or whatever that usually have about 20 rigs come in, I could have very little of this part that I paid $165 for. And if one of the people that are not part of my group causes a problem and somebody gets hurt, is it on NHA's insurance when people that were uninvited by NHA are there? So when you start charging for facilities, but I really don't get the facility, that really doesn't work out very well. And even when there's a horse show up at Ingalls Park, if I decide to trailer my horse up there and park at Ingalls and ride up to Pumpkin Rock or something, I believe I can, even though the horse show people paid $1,000 or more to use that facility. So unless things have changed, I believe people that are not part of my group can use facilities, and that seems to be a bit unfair for those of us that pay money to try to use them. So it's, and I realize if you have a city employee there saying if you're not part of the group, can't come in, that costs you money as well. But how do we do this for things where we're not really charging our members for? something to consider. And really with all these costs, they're really big for a small group to have a little obstacle course or something. If I've got to rent an arena for $1,000 plus insurance plus pay a judge, that's a couple $1,000 just up front before anybody gets there. So you can't have a $5 event. You can't have an event for the neighborhood kids, for the local kids to come see if I would like to do this or not. So think about the rest of us as well, please. Thank you. And all of you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Bonnie. Do we have any other public comments?
I have no further speaker cards.
I'll go ahead and close the public comment, and we will bring it back to council for discussion. Kevin?
So Bonnie raised an interesting point. Let's say they rent Corridon and there's an ASO Saturday morning. What happens? Is ASO paying that for that parking lot, or do we have a contract? I can't remember. They don't pay, do they? So you have the Horsemen's Association that in a way is a similar type of activity. Why are they having to rent the Corridon staging area if AYSO isn't? And I'm not for AYSO having to pay, but I'm just curious, why are we making now the insurance, I understand, AYSO carries insurance, but it would seem to me that the NHA probably carries insurance all the time, I would hope.
So I don't know the answer to that. We would need to, and I don't know if anybody, the staff knows offhand if it's exclusive, if they're paying here for exclusive use. Do we know this? Because that's something that was the fundamental question was if you rent a facility, are you getting exclusive use? So, and let's
Well,
you know.
it can go both ways. So, if say for instance, if somebody was running a gazebo at one of the parks, that is their space. They get it, and it's cordoned off for everybody else to use. We have drivers on staff on the weekends that monitor those rentals. So in the case of the Corridon staging area, the scenario could be that if NHA wanted to use the Corridon staging area, they would rent that facility, and it could be cordoned off to other users. And it would be monitored. That could be done by staff costs, or it could also be done by volunteers of the organization that could have a sign at the front says this is a private event, just like they do that sometimes up at Ingalls. So there are different scenarios, and staff could work with organizations to mitigate that and figure that out. It's not that difficult in my opinion. But with AYSO, yes, they do not rent the Corridon staging area. They do use it. So if somebody wanted to use the Corridon staging area at the same time as an AYSO, we would try to mitigate that and steer them for another date that is available.
Yeah.
And then if I can speak to your question with regard to insurance. So yeah, I think that's probably true that many of our local groups do have their own insurance, but that is not the same as adding this, naming the city as an additional insured for a specific event.
Well, I understand that. So I was assuming that they do that automatically.
No, and actually I would not assume that at all. I would say that in general we have to make sure that occurs, just because, you know, it's another step of indemnity, and there's for people mean well, and you know, but just kind of like your own insurance, your own liability insurance, it doesn't just cover everything, right? You have to intentionally name those folks. So there's sort of those layers of indemnity that we're seeking, and so that's an important piece of the puzzle too. But I would say to the question, I think we can clarify this, but if you are going to rent a facility, there's an assumption that you're getting some exclusive use. So. And we need to clarify, because that makes sense.
I guess the other part of that question is that AYSO, they schedule through the youth council, and you know when they're coming and going. Can NHA or the Saddle Sore Riders just show up and stage a ride?
Yes, they have before.
Okay.
And I'm not certain of the grooves, but we do have trailers and organized people going down there at the same time.
Okay, just curious. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other council discussion or action?
Yeah, and Kevin and Bonnie, in reference to what you said, on page 10, and Michelle or Amanda, if you know, in there it says consideration groups by resolution number 2010-59 Norco. Do we still have all those groups listed? It used to be all the nonprofit groups in town, they would get a consideration and a reduction. We're still abiding by that, or we updated that?
The groups are still the same. Those are the same consideration groups that were approved in that resolution. We are looking at updating them to some other groups that have reached out to us, and we will bring that to the council at a later time. But those groups do get a percentage off.
Okay, but right now it's blank, so you're gonna, there's no percentage.
Oh, it's in the resolution.
Okay, it's in the resolution. It's not in your fee schedule. So they do have, that would be like NHA and those groups that are.
NHA, Horse Week, all of those different groups.
Okay, so we have a spot for them. If they just have to ask, right?
Yes.
I mean, okay, and then the rest of the requirements are always going to be there, because there is no way that we should be kicking out the little gymkhanas and the
No.
NHA groups and the youth groups at all. That's what that was established for. Is that correct? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other discussion or action?
Approve.
There a second?
Second.
Vote.
Please vote.
Darn it, sorry.
Councilmember Newton, good to go. Is there? You have an aye or no, and I'll take it. Vote motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, item number 7, City Council staff communications. City staff. Yes, Dana.
I just want to thank the City Council for another great year, great election, and for all your cooperation through all of our City Council meetings and new things, changes, and you guys are all wonderful, and I'm so happy to work with you. So thank you for a great year. Look forward to another great year ahead.
Thank you. Any other city staff? Lori.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's a lot of interesting things that have been happening around City Hall through the holidays. We've been enjoying so many wonderful celebrations, and that's been lovely. But we did have a special celebration we wanted to have tonight, Mayor. So there might be a slide here that we want to put up and share a little video here for you. Okay, so this is footage from Cal Baptist's graduation just last week, and our very own city clerk, Dana Roa, graduated with her Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration from CBU, and we're so excited for her. So, Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, we have some flowers. We'd love for you to give her some flowers and congratulate Dana on this awesome milestone in her life. And we did surprise her, so she'll have to forgive me later because I'm her boss and she has no choice. So, congratulations, Dana. We're very proud of you.
Thank you. Yes, that is getting emotional. My aunt came to visit and came to support me because she was my mom's oldest sister, and she had the fans made so my mom and dad could be there. So my mom and dad are on the fans, so they got to be at graduation with me.
Very cool. All right. Any other city staff? Okay. City attorney.
No, Madam Mayor, congratulations on your election as mayor, and thank you to our outgoing mayor, and happy holidays, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Colin. All right. City Council. Mr.
Yes,
Hoffman.
I do. Just to give you a highlight, because, we've all, with school out right now and school's going to come back in January, I put my foot out and went to the Corona Norco Unified School District meeting and approached their board and said, let's get the buses back. We have a traffic issue in the city. So I'm throwing it out at them and through them, give them about a 5-year timeline to let's get it going. And they should have the buses going back in the city to take care of the 50,000 young students that are in Corona, Norco, Eastville, in part of Hooper Valley, in South Temescal Canyon. There's no buses. And so every one of these cities that sits on RTA, they expressed it. So I said, okay, I'm going to go there and talked about it. So the other thing I'd like to do, and I know there's things going on up at Ingalls Park, and so from Amanda and Michelle or whoever's handled this now, can we get a master plan committee back together to see on the Ingalls Park, or the master plan committee, so we're all on the same page? I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Newton.
Well, once again, congratulations, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, and I want to thank you all once again for all your support, and wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Councilmember Alleman.
I want to thank facilities for putting the Christmas lights up on City Hall. They look fabulous. It was exciting to see them the other day. And then I wanted to ask, with the support of the council, it's the beginning of a new year. If we could have our commissions review their commission responsibilities and duties, along with the Code of Ethics and Social Media Policy, if we could, just as good practice, review those each year to help us all stay focused on our mission and our goal and the big picture of why we're here. Thank you.
Councilman Bash.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, all the holidays.
All right, perfect. So this evening we will be adjourning the meeting in honor of city employee Joshua Altop, who began his employment as a senior planner with the City of Norco's Planning Division on February 22nd, 2021. He was employed until the day of his passing on December 18th, 2022. Joshua came to the City of Norco from LAFCO in Riverside, and prior to LAFCO, Joshua had gained a substantial amount of planning experience working in the planning divisions for the City of Hooper Valley, the City of Rancho Mirage, and the City of Redlands. Josh leaves behind his wife Jenna and their 3 beautiful children, Emma, Cooper, and Gavin. We are heartbroken for his family and his friends here who worked closely with Joshua, especially our planning and building team. May we please have a moment of silence. Meeting adjourned.